Hello there. Welcome. Before we begin tonight's story, I would like to read a poem. "'Twas the night before Christmas, that bleak December. A new fallen snow, if correct, I remember, as a woolen blanket lay o'er London town, and fires burned low as we all bedded down. On a street whose name escapes all recollection, there gathered 4 souls who shared a connection. For peace of mind and answers they all wanted. But this place was a house by horror haunted. As each candle wrought its ghost upon the floor, do our guests come standing lone before the door. As children await Merry Christmas to all, there will be a seance within Grimden Hall." Hello everyone, welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. Tonight we will be playing a game of 10 Candles. This game is meant to be a horror game. Hopefully we can make it festive and spooky all in one fell swoop. Before we get started, I would like to remind you all that the subject matter is going to be grim. If that's the kind of stuff that bothers you, then this is not the game for you to watch. We will handle introductions for my players at the end of the game. I would like to go ahead and get started. Grimden Hall is the kind of place that you never stumble upon by accident. The address and the street name always seem to escape recollection, despite you holding the invitation with it written in your hand. It is the kind of street that when you find yourself turning onto it, it always appears empty and lonely. The thunder snow overhead continues as it has most of the day. As each of you approaches the darkened stoop of Grimden Hall, please describe who we see.
So, one of the people that you see approaching the stairs, the hall, is a young woman, probably mid-20s or so, dressed completely in black. Everything head to toe, black hat, black shirt, overcoat, her muff that her hands are gathered inside of. Everything is solid black, and she's got this very mournful look on her face, and she holds herself very proudly with her shoulders back, but the sad can be seen, and it seems to intensify as she gets closer and closer to the doors.
Another young woman approaches, roughly the same age. Also, while not dressed in black, it is definitely a dark gray, well-tailored dress. Most of the practical nature, as practical as these floofy skirts can get. And she's walking with purpose towards the door when she sees the other woman ahead of her.
A carriage pulls up at that point, and you see a older woman, also dressed in black, shockingly, and she looks not exactly prickly, I guess is probably the best term. And she steps out and looks around sort of dubiously as she's not sure whether or not she wants to be here, and also steps towards this wreck of the house.
Another carriage will pull up, and out of it will step a decently tall, thin man with a well-kept beard, a tall top hat, all in black. He'll look up at the sky and let out a sigh, and think that maybe there's some pathetic fallacy in arriving at this place in such weather, and then step inside.
One by one, you have arrived at Grimden Hall, and were let in by the woman who gave you an invitation. She is a medium. Her name is Ms. Cora Beverly Fox. She is known through certain circles in London for having a gift to speak with those from the other side. She, though she does not live here at Grimden Hall, knowing that it was abandoned, took it upon herself to find her way in, and is now allowing you to step inside as well as you each arrive. It's dark within the house, but it's large, and at one point you could tell grandly appointed. There's dust and cobwebs everywhere. The little bit of furniture that remains is moth-ridden, gnawed upon by rodents who scurry as you move your way through the house. In the storm outside, the house creaks as it moves. Every sound seems to echo forever inside here. In the dining room, off to the side, there is a table that has been arranged, with 5 chairs seated equal distance around it. Candles lit on the top, with several strange effects kind of scattered about. Talismans and strange herbs, things of that nature. She welcomes all of you in and bids you to take your seat at this table before the seance will begin. Is there anything that you would like to say or do before beginning this ritual?
Dr. Fitzpatrick will simply wait for the ladies to sit, and then he'll take whatever chair is left. He'll sort of stand, maybe sneering ever so slightly at the nonsense before him, talismans and necklaces and whatnot on the table, and finds it all a bit theatric, but nonetheless, he's here in the hope of help. So he'll wait for the ladies to sit, and then he'll find a place himself.
Joseph kind of walks around the table, looking at all the things first. She's got her gloved hand just kind of tours the place and seeing all the trinkets, as he would say. And I think she looks up at some point and sees Dr. Fitzpatrick and maybe catches his eye just as he's kind of got that sneer going on, and she just kind of smiles and kind of nods, because kindred spirits is what she's thinking to herself as she sits down.
Lavinia will clean off the chair that she's going to sit in, because it really does look filthy in here, and sort of glare disapprovingly at the entire room and sit down.
Claudia will walk slowly around the room to the opposite side of the table to take one of those seats, and as she does, she will she perhaps passes a window of some sort that maybe she can kind of just catch a light out through, and she'll pause for a moment, air into the back garden area, and And then, it's an absolute pleasure to meet all of you, and take her seat at the table.
No, all mine, he will say, maybe a little less than enthusiastically. And once everyone's seated, we'll sit as well. He'll place his briefcase next to him and the umbrella, and then we'll begin sort of fastidiously taking out the supplies required to roll a cigarette, and we'll, like a concert pianist, begin the process. Like, his fingers are extremely delicate, and this whole process is very deliberate and ritualized, as he'll begin making one.
As Dr. Fitzpatrick enjoys his hand-rolled cigarette, and the rest of you have gotten as comfortable as you can in this place, Ms. Fox takes a seat, the last remaining seat, and she lights 10 individual candles on the table. And then she puts her hands down on the table in front of her, spread to the side, touching her thumbs to one another. But she extends her hands out far enough that you can do the same with your own hands and touch pinkies with the person next to you, forming like a complete circuit around the table. If you would, please, place your hands upon the table.
Giuseppe just raises an eyebrow, but then does the same. Follows along as she sees Lavinia do so.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick will have taken exactly one drag of the cigarette he's just finished, and then immediately have to put it out, much to his chagrin, and then join as well.
Once all of you have... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Claudia will pull her hands out of her muff, and she has gloves on, again, black. Fully pull each finger out and peel the gloves off, place them down, and then lay her hands on the table.
As you all have placed your hands on the table, fingers touching, she looks over each of you and says, each one of you has been touched by a spirit, someone from the other side. Hopefully, this evening, we'll be able to speak with them, bring them peace, and with luck, bring peace to you as well. Are you ready to begin? She relaxes, keeping her hands where they are. Her head rolls backwards, and her eyes roll up into the top of her head. As she begins to slow her breathing, it becomes rhythmic. And she starts to whisper. It's hard to make out what she's saying at first, but it starts to grow louder and faster. And you realize it's not words, it's just gibberish. But it continues to come faster and louder until soon she is screaming at the top of her lungs this nonsense that is just a stream of constant sound from her mouth. She then starts to convulse, her body shaking, trembling violently, though her hands do not leave the table, nor do they change the position that they're in, almost as if they were locked in place. Her convulsions continue, and she begins to cough and hack. And then she begins to retch. She leans forward, and something an object drops from her mouth and onto the table before she collapses face first after it. One of you, a volunteer if you would, please. Anybody? Karen, okay. Josefa, what item of your lost loved one just came out of this medium's mouth? And what color is the ribbon that still connects it to Cora's gaping maw?
We see a wooden race car, probably about a foot long. Yeah, nasty. That must have hurt. Well carved. I mean, has got a considerable detail actually for being a toy car. You can see it definitely had some great workmanship that went into it. But it is a little bit battered and big, dinged up and stuff. And the ribbon is a royal blue.
All of you sit, I imagine, in some state of bewilderment at this, as a nearly foot-long wooden car was just coughed up by this woman, and now this ribbon connects it and disappears past her tongue. However, she no longer seems to be breathing. She's lying face first on the table, her eyes and her mouth both wide open. What would you like to do?
Lavinia would have recoiled in horror when she started, retching. Germs, ew. Ugh. And she's staring disapprovingly because dead bodies are not something that happens.
Eustace will screech out his chair and rush to the woman and see if he can resuscitate her or something.
So you, having no small amount of experience in these matters, are able to ascertain very quickly that she doesn't seem like she's been alive for some time. She's cold. Not quite atrophied, but she's cold.
Claudia will get up and kind of reach into a small pocket in the overcoat that she's wearing, and she'll pull out a thing of smelling salts and offer them to Eustace to see, does she need these, or will this help?
He'll shake his head and sort of look again and see if there's anything that he can do. But if his impression is that she's been dead for some time, then he would know. Probably not. So he'll sort of shake his head at the smelling salts and stand up and back a little bit, and look confused, which is not an expression he often has on his face. Generally pretty in possession of his wit, and will say, she's been dead for some time.
What do you mean she's been dead? I just saw her. She was speaking a moment ago.
Her body is cold.
It's not possible.
Preposterous.
It is a fact.
It is a trick. It must be.
Lavinia will go over and put her, take the woman's wrist in hers and be surprised that it's very cold. And immediately recoil again. Death's not something we do.
Yeah, the touch of her skin is almost like meat that's been hanging in a cellar. It's chilled, and not just from the damp snowstorm that's outside. It's the chill of death.
You, sir, you're a doctor, right?
Yes,
How can this even be? How?
it can't. He'll close his eyes for a moment and scan through his knowledge of cases like this. There's a huge fear of people being buried before they are dead. Coffins at this time are outfitted with bells in case you're buried alive, and so the fear is usually that someone is not dead when they appear to be. And so he thinks maybe something like that is going on here. So he would go and go through the motions of trying to figure out, he would know what you can try to wake someone. So maybe it's pinch them, or you draw blood or something or whatever, and see if there's something he can do in that sort of sense. And I guess there are questions coming at him frequently from the three of you, and he would just frequently just put his hand up in a sort of I am working, be silent way.
Oh, and I think at that moment, when you do that, when you finally just say, leave me be kind of thing, Josepha just kind of goes, well, I never. And she reaches forward and grabs the toy and the ribbon.
You grab a hold of this wooden car and you pull. And as you pull, the ribbon goes taut between the toy and this woman's mouth. And just a slight resistance before another object out of her mouth and clatters across the table in your direction. And you notice it's a key.
Is that the last, or is the ribbon still going into her mouth?
That's it.
She was probably just choking on these things. And she'd be holding it up very delicately.
How did that even get here? That's not. It's not belong. It doesn't fit with the rest of his claptrap.
One doesn't simply swallow a toy and a key on a ribbon.
One does not simply speak and function while being dead either. There is something afoot.
It's
Perhaps this is some sort of vaudevillian nonsense, he says, sort of under his breath, still trying to figure out how to wake this woman from this trick. He's getting tired of it, that he can't figure it out, and he's clearly getting more and more annoyed with the situation. Doesn't believe that she's dead. It doesn't make sense, so it can't be true.
Is there anyone here? Is this some sort of trick?
As if on cue, you hear a door somewhere upstairs slam shut, and footsteps walk across the floor of the upstairs before another door opens, creaking.
Well, see, obviously there's someone else here, and we can go to them for information.
Josepha is looking at the wooden car, in fact, she's kind of turning it over in her hands, looking at the underside. In fact, she's looking for an engraving of initials.
If they were there on this original toy that this is reminding you of, you find them in the same exact place and written the same exact way.
And I think as she sees that, you would hear an audible gasp coming from her. This was his. This is not possible. Maybe he's here. Maybe this is where they took him. And then she would look to, I think, Lavinia, and Claudia before looking to you sisters, just to find anybody who, like, listening to her.
Lavinia is totally listening to her, and yeah.
You need to speak sense and clarify what you mean.
My brother went missing 5 years ago. And rumors have it that he died, but I do not believe those things. I believe he was just taken. And this is proof that he was here in this house. This is his car. Look, his initials. Somebody is playing with us.
Did he have his car when he went missing?
No, it was gone too.
You must try and keep hold of your senses. You're becoming hysterical.
I am no such thing. How dare you? This is proof. He was here in this house.
He looks to the others as like, this is proof of, like, that outburst is proof that she is in fact becoming hysterical. And will say, this person, and he'll gesture to the corpse, which he is totally used to. He's a mortician, spends all his time around corpses, so it doesn't bother him in the slightest. Did they know about your missing brother? That's why you've come here, is it not?
Yes.
Then is it not also possible that they knew some details of your brother's past and they have constructed this?
Oh, I believe absolutely they knew about my brother's past. I believe they were the ones who took him. That is why I'm here.
You believe that this medium took your brother, and you did not call the police. Isn't that why we have them?
Oh, they would never listen to me. He has been called as dead for this past 5 years.
And you
But I know.
suspect he's still here playing with toys.
I fear he's been kidnapped and held hostage these 5 years.
Claudia will step forward and put her hand on Josepha's arm, and I believe you. I understand. My sister, she too was. They say she was murdered, but I don't believe in it. There's this aching in me that has never ended since the last time I saw her, and I understand your loss. I understand what it's like to lose one that you're so close to. I don't think you're wrong, and I hope for both of us that maybe they are in this house. They have to be. I believe it. This is too a coincidence that you and I, who've both gone through this and suffered these same losses, and now you see this evidence here before you. I believe you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, my sister is alive and well.
Miss Claiborne, have you lost someone in the past 5 years?
Well, there was my husband, Harold. Poor Harold. And my niece. But I'm fairly certain that I'm here because of my niece. Well, I know that I'm here because of my niece. For some reason she was into this house, and I don't understand why, and I hope, for goodness sake, that she is dead, because to be staying here still in the dust and unpleasantness, that would make no sense. She would not be here.
We have in common, then, the loss of someone related to this place. We should not be shocked, then, to find evidence or things that point us in the direction of the people that led us here.
But what could they possibly want of us?
These vaudevillian tricksters are only after one thing, and it's your money.
Please. Daddy's put more money into finding my sister than anything. They're not going to get anything from me.
There's a key on this ribbon here. Maybe it leads to somewhere.
Maybe we should go and herald or hail a constable or something. This is clearly an unsafe place to be. If they're messing around with corpses and stuff, that doesn't seem like something people of quality do.
Don't think hailing a constable to come to an abandoned place we're not supposed to be while we've got a corpse lying out on a table is a very wise endeavor at this point.
Besides, and she looks at you, Dr. Fitzpatrick, pointedly with this, they'll just think we're three hysterical women.
Right, so he'll look around the room. Is there a bar? Somewhere we could get a drink?
I would say so. Probably in a different room. There's probably a study, off of the main room here, the dining room. Most of the liquor in it is probably fairly old.
And not in a good way.
Probably not in the best way, no. But I imagine if you poke around enough, you could find something that is tolerable.
Yep, I think Eustace has a near supernatural ability to find booze in any place. And so he'll ferret it out and then bring it and 4 glasses back to the table. I'm not certain what it is. I think it might be brandy. And he'll pour some. And he's framing this like you all need it to calm down, but he desperately needs it to calm down because his hand is shaking.
Josepha just takes the glass from you and just one foul swoop just tops it down the hatch. Done. Before
Lavinia takes a sip, makes a face of distaste, and puts the mostly full glass down.
Fitzpatrick will look at the others, sort of shocked that no one has made a toast, and will say, Queen, and then drink.
Claudia will take a tentative sip and swirl it around a bit and then drink probably about half of it in a swoop, and it tastes like France.
As I see it, we have a few options. We heard a noise when we called. There is someone else in the building. Should we seek out this person? Or is there danger there, do you think?
guess it depends on why they've brought us here. Why they lured us to this place. And what this means. And she kind of dangles the key.
The key's sole purpose is to unlock something, so there must be something hidden that we can find.
They obviously want us to seek them out, or they would have come down already. It's not like we've been being quiet.
Josepha, when you presented this key, and it kind of dangled at the end of the ribbon, it didn't make a metallic clanging when it left the table. It was a scream. It was quiet, but it was a scream. And you hear that scream echoing through the room, still quietly, but echoing away from you deeper into the house.
Did anyone else hear that? A scream? No? You didn't?
Here, take the rest of my brandy. I think you might need it.
She just kind of looks at you, takes the glass, and then tosses it back. Why not?
And it is when
Claudia
you...
will loop her. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. It's when you...
Oh, Claudia will loop her arm.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Claudia will loop her arm into Josepha's and kind of start walking towards whatever the exit is. And it probably wasn't a scream, dear. It was probably just branches on a window pane. Let's go.
Wind. This is an old house. You're right. I should have. Absolutely. Old
You're
house.
fine. And she'll
Any
just
sounds.
pat your arm as she's walking with you.
Josepha, it's the moment that you set the glass back down on the table, or wherever it is that you set it down, that you hear the scream again, louder this time. The rest of you also now hear this scream. Josepha, this is the scream of your brother.
Having just been ridiculed moments before about hearing something that's not actually there, Josepha's not going to react like she heard it this time, though knowing and is very, very aware that this is her brother. And so I think that looped arm of Claudia's, she's going to kind of tug on it a little bit as she's going to try to leave the room to go towards wherever she heard that noise.
Do the rest of you accompany Mrs. Shaw? Miss Shaw. Yep. Okay. All right. As the four of you press deeper into the house, trying to find where this sound came from, where this scream originated, we're going to start our first scene. So, all of you, if you would, together. Everybody have their mantra ready? These things are true.
Are true.
Grimden Hall.
Grimden Hall
is
full
ghosts.
of ghosts.
And we are haunted.
Okay, so we're going to start speaking truths, and we're going to start in the corner, upper away. So we're going to go Claudia, Eustace, myself, Lavinia, Josepha, and we're going to keep going around that way. We need to name 10 truths about the following scene. So Claudia, what is our first truth?
Our first truth is Grimden Hall's. The rugs that line the expensive marble floors of this hall have a pattern in them that when the lightning strikes and flashes through the windows, it looks as if splotches of blood are cast across these rugs.
The photographs in every room, although they are different people, all have the same sort of gaunt look, and their eyes seem to follow you when you move.
The room that we are going to be stepping into was a child's playroom.
It's very dusty, but smells faintly of violets, maybe? I think that's what it smells like. Perhaps a little bit of almond.
In the corner, there is an exact replica of Grimden Hall, but in miniature form as a dollhouse.
The dollhouse is partly open, and inside this dollhouse, and where you would expect to find an attic, the shadows cast to a point to where you can't actually see inside of the little house. It's almost as if there's a black curtain hanging over it.
All of the dolls have no heads.
There is a rocking chair in the corner that moves on its own.
The shadows cast in here, because of course there's just the lights of the candles that we're bringing. The shadows cast through the window are of the branchless or the leafless branches outside, and they're waving back and forth in the wind, sort of in time with the rocking chair.
Excellent. And then this is the last one, and this is when we say, we are all haunted. That's always the last truth before heading into a scene.
The
Okay.
bed that takes up the majority of the space in this room is an old four-poster bed with very tattered and ripped sheets.
So you find this room. You make your way in. The door is not locked. As you open it, this large, ornate wooden door creaks with its weight and swings open with a little bit of force to reveal these truths, the things that we have just discussed. As you open the door and you see the rocking chair moving, the branches outside in unison moving as well, and you spot these things. Which of you, other than Josepha, recognizes something in this room? And how?
Lavinia would recognize a tattered book of poetry that has been left somewhere in the room.
Seeing all of this, having all of this unfold in front of you, what are you going to do?
Josepha would not go into the room yet, but she's standing kind of in the doorway, looking around, seeing if there's anything in the room that looks like this key belongs to.
All right. So we're going to get our first roll for the evening. So you will be rolling 10 six-sided dice. And if you have any ones or sixes, we need to know.
Careful
Do what?
to roll.
Oh,
Okay, so I got 2 6s and 1 1.
okay. So if you do not wish to spend your trait, to burn your trait in order to re-roll that 1, then that is going to be removed from your pool for the scene, and it becomes mine. So I now have a single die. But you got 2 6s. So as long as you have a 6, and it's more than what I roll, which for this scene I had 0 dice to roll, you have a success. So you also have narrative control. So you tell me, if you find anything that this key fits, what that is, and what happens.
So, looking around the room, giving it a cursory glance, Josepha sees in the corner a small little door. I guess if you will, in the wall. It's kind of probably about maybe only 2.5 feet tall, but it has a keyhole in it that looks like it may actually belong to this key. So Josepha would enter the room to go towards it.
Lavinia would be on her heels and would see. Oh, go ahead. Did you have something to say? Oh, nope, you're muted. And would see this book of poetry that's sort of dirty, and it's a very thin book, and it looks worn, sitting on top of a table that happens to be there. And she would pick it up looking puzzled and then alarmed. This cannot be here. And she's flipping it over and in her hands and just like very shaken.
In this moment of your heightened emotional state, Lavinia, the space around you seems to transform before your eyes and your ears. And instead of being in this run-down children's playroom in Grimden Hall, you're back at the point when there's a strong memory that is tied specifically to this book. You find yourself in that time and place again. You are still standing there, holding this tome. And within a mere moment, you see the younger version of you with this book elsewhere in this room. The rest of you have likewise found yourselves transported. You don't find a younger version of yourself in this memory, if you want to call it that. But you are present there.
So the younger version of Lavinia is also wearing black, clearly already a widow. And she is holding this book, and it is wrapped in brown paper, and she is with a younger woman who looks like she's probably related. And we're in probably a parlor of some sort, front parlor, so like but not maybe the most formal parlor of a house, where you would meet with family. And she is giving this book to the niece on her birthday. Happy birthday, Octavia. And standing there watching herself do this is freaking Lavinia out. Not modern day, current Lavinia out. Like, completely, like, yeah.
So, to find out how Lavinia is handling this situation, let's go ahead and get another roll, a conflict roll. Now, this time, since one of the dice was lost whenever Josepha rolled, you will roll 9 dice. Once again, 1s or 6s is what we're looking for.
I got one of each.
Okay, so again, you have the option to utilize your trait if you'd like. You can burn it and re-roll that 1, or it will go to me for the scene.
I don't think I'm going to use my trait yet. No. You go ahead.
Okay, the single die that I had to contest your roll was only a 5, which means that you retain narrative control. So please, what happens next?
Lavinia and her niece, who apparently is Octavia, are clearly happy. They're discussing Octavia's upcoming term of school, and Lavinia is telling her how important education is, and Octavia is telling her about a boy she'd met and how she wanted to discuss with her father some more details about this gentleman and ask him to, or find out if he was interested in paying court to her. And Lavinia is clearly, the previous Lavinia is clearly not incredibly pleased about this, and tries to keep steering the conversation back to school.
Are the rest of you saying or doing anything once you have found yourself in this vastly different place and time?
Are we hearing everything that's being said as well?
Yes. Yes, you are.
I think Josepha is looking from one Lavinia to the other Lavinia, and has kind of got that eyebrow raised, like what is going on, and she's going to try to catch Dr. Fitzpatrick's eye, as if he can maybe see. And when she does, when they finally do connect, she kind of just whispers to him, "What kind of illusion is this? Do you know how it's done?"
I haven't dabbled in theatrics and magic. It doesn't make any sense. They look identical. Perhaps it's a hallucination, something in the brandy. And he realizes he still has in his hand the smelling salts that he was given, and will quickly bring them up to his nose and see if anything wakes him. But my assumption is that it would not.
Let's find out. So you're going to go ahead and roll, but you will be rolling 8d6. And again, we're looking for 1s or 6s.
Oh boy, 2 1s and 1 6.
Do you wish to cash in or burn your trait at this time, or do you want to let the 1s ride?
I don't think it's important enough.
Fair
so
enough.
I'll let it go.
All right, so those 2 dice will come to me. You guys now have 6 remaining for the scene. However, when I rolled, I did not get any 6s, so you still retain narrative control of what's going on. So please continue.
Yeah, he'll have attempted that and sort of realize it's not working. And you can see, Josepha, that he's behind his eyes, he's doing some kind of calculations, trying to figure out what's happening because he can't trust his senses. And it would be clear to you that that's not new to him. That feeling that he has been lost in something before and has usually found his way out. So he's trying to do that now, but is struggling.
Yeah, I think at this point Josepha's going to, she looks at Dr. Fitzpatrick, and he's struggling to make sense of this. So she's going to take it upon herself to go find out what's going on. So we're going to walk into the room, go up to the other Lavinia, and see if, if her hand can go through them, kind of like maybe some sort of moving picture or something. Yeah.
Excellent. So you move forward and attempt to interact directly with this other version of Lavinia. So let's go ahead and get a conflict roll. Roll me 6d6, please.
Oh dear. So I got 0 6s and 1 1.
Okay, do you want
so
to cash?
I'm going to cash in impulsive.
Okay. So, you can re-roll that 1. You said you had 1, a single?
Yeah, a single one.
Okay.
And it's a 4, so.
Okay. So I don't gain
So we
any
get to
new
keep
dice.
it, right? But
Correct. Yeah,
we
you don't
failed.
lose it for the scene. However, I did roll 2d6. Or 2 6s, rather. So, you move forward and pass your hand through Lavinia, the younger, and she shivers. You can see as if a chill had run up her spine. Maybe she tightens her shawl a little over her shoulders. And her niece, Octavia, you think looks at you for just a moment. Josepha.
What do I see in the eyes of Octavia?
Uncertainty. Maybe mingled with a little bit of startled. But then it goes away, and she kind of like looks around the room for just a moment. You can see she's almost ready to say something, and then she decides the better of it and remains quiet.
So the current day Lavinia is like her focus the entire time they were talking was on Octavia. And so when she looks around, Lavinia is going to be like all in it, like totally wanting a response from her. Like, never mind, Josepha. I'm your aunt. I'm here, and I want to know what's going on.
Okay, so Lavinia, as you approach Octavia and try to get her attention, try to make this connection that kind of transponds or transposes worlds, go ahead and roll. We're still at 6, I believe.
Okay. Two 6s and a 1.
Okay.
And I'm not going to cash in any of my traits because that's a success. So
Okay. How many 6s did you say?
2.
Okay. So you will maintain narrative control. You said you were 2 1s?
1 1.
1. Okay. So we're down to 5 dice for the scene. To answer the question, the scene is over when there is a failed roll. So far, you guys have managed to get 6s on all of your rolls. So we continue.
I failed my roll.
Did you not get any 6s at all?
I got 0 6s, yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's awful. Well, I should have ended the scene. Shame on me. Who's running this show? Alright. So, we'll have it say, Josepha, as you've gone forward and passed your hand through Lavinia the Younger, Lavinia, you have moved over and are trying to get the attention of Octavia. And I think we see Josepha pass her hand through Lavinia the Younger, and just as that's happening, Josepha, it's almost like trailing your fingers through like whipping cream as it passes through the air. And as it does so, Lavinia and the scene around you begins to swirl as if your hand had passed through some kind of liquid. And that seems to spread throughout the rest of this room, and this scene begins to dissolve and fade. But just before it does, Lavinia, Octavia looks you dead in the eyes before disappearing.
No, come back.
So, the scene is now over. I need to make sure. Let's see, Josepha used your vice. Yeah, I think that fits under impulsive for sure. So we are going to drop your vice and show that you have used that. In addition, we darken a candle. And now 9 candles remaining. So we will now be moving into the second scene. So now we're going to speak truths again at the top. And we start with who it was that darkened the candle in the last scene. So Karen, you're going to give us our first truth, but before we do that, in unison, we all have to say, these things are true.
Things are true.
Aren't true. Grimden
Grimden
Hall
has
is
ghosts.
is full
of
of
ghosts.
ghosts.
That's really hard with leg.
Synchronized
Yes.
thing is, yeah, it's
Yes.
awful. We tried
Maybe
to
we
sing
should
Happy
do it a
Birthday
line at a
one
time or something,
Perfect.
right?
That'll work. Perfect. Okay. So now, Karen, if you would please give us the next truth going forward.
The room is no longer the same as it was when we first entered. It is now where the dollhouse was is now a rocking horse.
The first one, okay. There is trying to think. Okay. Past the horse, past the new rocking horse, through the windows, into the back, one can see that the back garden has a overgrown hedge maze off in the distance.
There is a sound of strings somewhere deeper in the house.
And as the sound of those strings plays out the window, we see a young woman dressed in wedding attire making her way into that hedge maze.
The sound of the swing of the strings gradually morphs into a wedding march.
In the middle of the maze, you can see a blue wooden door, same color as the ribbon, standing there tall.
So there should be one more from Claudia, one more from Eustace, and then mine would be the final for this round.
The blue door that is in the middle of the hedge maze has a golden knocker on it, and the knocker is shaped like a pair of white doves that are connected together and look like they're about to take flight.
There's a groom waiting by the door, dressed in a fine traditional suit, but there is no head upon his shoulders.
I speak the final truth, and I say, and we are haunted. So we will now begin the scene. These things are truths. All of your characters are aware of them. How would you like to proceed?
So wait, are we still in the same room or are we outside now?
It's up to you.
I think it would be cool if we were suddenly outside and we don't know how we got there. So it's cold, and I guess still sort of snowing, thundering. And maybe the visibility isn't great, but it's very clear. Almost like there's no snow on this path that leads towards this door. And this really feels like a hallucination. It's too bizarre to be real. And Eustace thinks that he's on the incorrect amount of opium. Not sure if it's too much or too little, but it's not the correct amount. And so he's beginning to feel pretty edgy. His fingers are tapping in rhythm against his thumb. And he's looking around for a place where he could go to soothe his ache.
I think Josepha sees his uncomfortableness because she saw it earlier and now it becomes more pronounced. So I think she kind of grabs his arm as a proper woman would do, around elbows to elbows kind of thing, as if he's going to lead her. And she's like, "Oh, good doctor. Can you lead me there?" And she kind of gestures towards the obviously where we're supposed to go, hedge maze. I'll get it eventually.
The headless man has a wizard hat on. He will sort of shake his head sort of back into focus and nod. Yes, of course. And he'll begin walking down the path towards where he knows he has to go.
As they speak, Lavinia is going to look up, sort of startled. She's still staring at the book of poetry, and her mind is still back in the previous scene, talking to her niece, or seeing her niece anyway, and the look that her niece gave her and trying to understand what that meant. And so she's sort of startled and, how did we come here? Weren't we just, wasn't there, I just don't understand.
Claudia will kind of square her shoulders up and raise her head up and, well, let's see where this is going to go now. And she'll take off towards the maze, absolutely determined that she's on a mission to follow something down. And she will just walk right past Eustace and Josepha and head in. And for a while, you can hear the clicking of her shoes on the cobblestone before it turns into the dirt that's going to kind of gravel type area that leads into the hedge maze.
And as you get closer, Claudia, you recognize the suit that this headless groom is wearing. This suit was worn by the man who nearly became your brother-in-law.
Claudia, when she stops and recognizes the suit and the headless groom standing there, she'll pause for a brief second and look at from shoulder to toe and back to shoulder again. And I didn't have any time for you then either. And then kind of turn her shoulder away as if she's giving the statue the cold shoulder.
Claudia, let's get a roll. So we're at the top of the scene. This will be the first roll. So you will start with 9d6.
Okay. I have 1 6 and 1 1.
Okay. Do you want to try to cash anything in to reroll the 1, or you want to let it stand?
I'll let it stand for right now.
Okay. So that die becomes mine for the scene. And I rolled 0 6s, so you maintain the narration. So please continue.
Claudia will say this to the statue, and as she turns away, she'll have tears kind of gathering in the corner of her eye, and she will go deeper into this maze, and when she gets near a large water fountain that she sees, she'll stop and kind of start looking into this old water fountain, and she will then take a seat and sit on it and start kind of humming a lullaby to herself as she sits there.
So as Claudia has kind of moved off to the side and taken a seat on the edge of this fountain that is probably not empty of water, but it's stagnant and overgrown, the headless groom continues to stand beside this blue door, not far away, within sight, I would say, probably, of this fountain. What are the other 3 of you doing?
I'm following the other two. I'm bringing up the rear because, yeah, Lavinia is not only half in this scene.
The doctor will call out, "You there! Enough of this. It's growing tiresome. We've been invited here for a reason. You must know of it."
Claudia, thinking that this was a statue, you might be somewhat surprised. All of you might be surprised that this headless groom turns in the direction of the question posed by Dr. Fitzpatrick.
The grip on the doctor's arm tightens a little bit as Josefa kind of leans in and goes, "It's so lifelike looking. This is amazing."
It must be a costume of some kind. I say, you there! Enough of this. Having the time.
As soon as it moves, Claudia will kind of jump up and march over to it, and she'll take her muff and she'll kind of swing out at it and go to hit it. And you took her from me, and now you're here and she's not. And slam it into the statue man that's there, the groom.
All right. So as you reach out to interact with this individual, please go ahead and roll 8d6.
Okay. I have 1 1 and 2 6s.
Are you good with how those stand?
I'll burn my thing. This is kind of her stuff going on, so I'll burn my
Okay,
sincere.
so you can re-roll that 1.
Okay, we'll give it a go. Let's see what I get. 5.
Okay, I only rolled 1 6, so you'll still maintain narrative control, and you succeeded because you got at least 1 6. So the scene will continue. and work in, if you would, into your description of what happens. Have it somewhat be based in Claudia's sincerity.
Um, so Claudia will, as she's swinging out at this, um, she will continue on as she speaks to this groom that's standing there, and I would have done anything for her. She was the other half of me, and you came and you took her, and there is nothing I wouldn't have given for her. I loved her in a way that no one can understand. She was me and I was her, and you came between us. And she'll kind of start to break down a little bit as she's doing this.
The rest of you respond to this at all?
I think maybe Josepha stops and kind of pulls on the doctor's arms, um, letting Claudia have her moment. I guess there's something here and going on, and she's not sure what it is. But until we know, best to give her privacy slightly, is kind of what Josepha's thinking.
The doctor is thinking that this outpouring of emotion in a public place is extremely unbecoming. Um, but women and hysteria in this age. So he'll sort of like look and not know where to look because he feels embarrassed that someone is being so raw. Instead, will like look down at the ground, and his fingers will continue to sort of like flex and unflex.
And Lavinia is looking disapproving, even though she just had her own emotional moment like seconds ago. Yeah, she is also disapproving of people who get hysterical in public. I mean, ugh, that's just not done.
I think, Eustace, it's as you're kind of staring downward, where the snow has gathered for some time on the ground, that a small bit of movement actually catches your eye, kind of out of the peripheral. And when you turn and look, you see that there's a bride with a train dragging behind her through the snow. And it looks like Claudia.
He looks in that direction and he's trying to follow what's happening, and will like sort of look at Josefa to see if she can see it as well. Um, he's extremely aware of the fact that he has not had his fix, and that frequently leads to hallucinations. And already things here have been quite strange. So he's trying to maintain some level of I'm in control, and he thinks is failing quite badly, but he doesn't want to fail spectacularly. So he'll like look in the direction of it and then sort of see if anyone else is seeing it before reacting.
And you can definitely see that Josepha is seeing it as well. She's like looking between the two Claudias, almost like she did in the previous room between the two Lavinias. It's uncanny.
Isn't that, how can she be there and be there? This must be some trick. She must be in on this, whatever her this is.
Claudia, it's after you've had this outburst, if you want to call it that, and struck out at this groom, that you feel a familiar presence in your midst. Something you haven't felt in at least 5 years. Turning, you see your sister approaching, completely in her wedding dress. Maybe even the way she looked one of the last times that you saw her alive. But she is slowly walking towards you.
Once Claudia feels his presence and she does turn and sees her sister, she'll. Eleonora, you were so beautiful on that day when we went with Mother, trying on gowns and getting yours fitted. And these men in our lives, why did they do this to us? And she'll step past the headless groom and probably stop about 5 feet, maybe a little bit closer, maybe like 3 feet away from her sister as she's walking at her. And there's this amazing, like, kind of juxtaposition of the all black Claudia and then the all white Claudia staring at each other in the middle of this dark garden with a headless groom and everyone kind of watching around in those two extreme ends of color spectrum, just staring at each other. The white one is exceptionally happy looking, and the one in black is just pure like depression and sadness.
The groom extends his elbow, the crook of his arm, towards the bride. And she glides through you, Claudia, to take his arm. As she does so, please roll 8d6. Ooh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make this a dire conflict.
Does that change what I do?
It should not change what you do. However, if you fail the roll, anyone that wishes to could choose to have their character die in order to inspire you with their well, they wouldn't have a hope die yet. Yeah, they would be able to basically narrate how the scene goes from that point on.
Okay, so I rolled a single 1, which is completely appropriate for what's going on. But I actually think can I use my vice to re-roll that one, even though I just used my virtue? Or
You cannot use both of your traits in the same scene.
okay, so yeah, I failed that roll then. So
Okay.
I got a single 1, and that's it.
So, as this is a dire conflict, just floating it out there, anybody, if they wish, can take the proverbial bullet.
What does that mean? We can use both our vice?
You would
Or-
die. Your character would die.
Oh,
What does it look like at the moment?
So
I'm trying
at
to
the
decide
moment,
if it's So here you go.
Yeah. At the moment, this groom is extending the crook of his elbow in the direction of both Claudia and the bride. And the bride is literally walking straight towards him and is about to pass through Claudia.
I think if there was an immediate, obvious danger that Eustace, having grown up as a man in the Victorian era, would just like instinctively and reflexively do something, but it's not an obvious violent thing, so I think he just stares.
Absolutely. Okay, so that die comes to me, but that is 0 successes. So, it was a dire conflict. So here's what happens. The bride passes into Claudia and does not come out the other side. You watch as Claudia turns and takes the proffered elbow of this headless groom. The two of them turn and head towards the blue door that opens at their approach and then closes as they pass through it. So, that is the end of that scene. We are going to darken a candle. We're now down to 8. Claudia, you are still alive. We're just separated from the group at this point. So, we're going to be moving into the next scene. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the pool will fill back up to 8 dice. Claudia, you darkened the candle in the last scene, so you will start us off with the new 8 truths for this next scene. But before you do so, one of us will need to say the mantra. So I guess let's have, since you're going to speak the first truth, let's just have you do it.
These things are true. Grimden Hall is full of ghosts. And the first truth is going to be that at the moment that the door clicks shut, back from within the house, there is the sound of 2 young girls, probably teenage-sounding girls, laughing as light music is played on a piano.
Then it passes to you, Lloyd.
Oh, sorry. The piano joins the strings in this way that it's building up towards a tune. It's switched from the wedding march to the opening of Zadok the priest, which will build to an insane climax. And that's something that runs a shiver down Eustace's spine.
And I think the 3 of you, not Claudia, but the 3 of you find yourselves in the ballroom. This grand space with drapery and lighting fixtures that hang from the ceiling, large chandeliers. A very ornate room, though it has seen quite a bit of misuse.
There are shadows of additional people moving around the ballroom like it's in the middle of a party, but it's not quite in tune yet. Like you can't really see them, but they're there.
And as the music swells, the strings and the piano swells, the chandelier in this room shakes and swings and starts to creak.
From somewhere behind the group, as they find themselves in this room, a gust of wind kind of flows past them, and as the wind hits them, they all get the scent of fresh baked breads and cakes and meats and everything that you could imagine would be served at a ball like this, and it flows over their senses and into their mouths begin to water at the taste and the smells.
the floors sort of creak in that way where old wooden floors creak when there are too many people in the room. And the swinging, there's someone on the chandelier briefly for a moment, like a young man, dressed inappropriately, wearing a sort of Venetian mask. He swings and then into another room.
And I speak the last truth, which is, once again, and we are haunted. So the three of you find yourself in this ballroom now. This scene is almost beginning to play out to the sounds that you hear from elsewhere within the house. Claudia doesn't seem to be with you. What would you like to do?
I think at the abrupt change in scenery from being outside and seeing Claudia go through the door, which closed, and then all of a sudden here, Josepha's kind of gasps aloud and lets go of the doctor's arms and immediately would, I think, turn around to see if there's like an exit, a way out.
Lavinia would be looking really disapprovingly at the brief vision of the specter swinging on the chandelier. Like, clearly, this is not cool. Definitely not done at the parties she goes to.
For the doctor, it's a little too familiar. He has been to these parties and has seen these people. And I think he spots in the corner a discarded mask in the shape of like a rabbit or a hare, and like sees that for a moment and then tries to regain control of himself.
Josepha, you look around, trying to find your way out of this room, and you can see what you're fairly certain are doors. They're almost cleverly hidden in the decor of the wall. There's so much opulent carvings and trim and things going on these walls that it's almost hard to find where these doors are. And you think you spot one in one of the arches, and you move your way towards it, only as you near, you discover that it's actually mirrored. And you approach with the intention of going through, but there's a moment hesitation where you realize you can see all of the dancers and the revelers behind you in the reflection of the glass, but you don't see yourself.
Oh wow. Josepha would be looking in the mirror and then look behind her to see where those people are, not seeing, look back into the mirror, and I think she'd do that a few times before reaching out to touch the mirror.
Looking back behind you, you can see you're in this room. You're in this party amongst these revelers. Before, it was the dusty, misused version of this ballroom. You are now here amongst these partygoers. And you see Lavinia and Eustace where you left them, still looking the same. But you turn back around towards this mirror in attempt to push against it. So please, if you would, roll 8d6.
You said roll 8d6?
8. Mm-hmm.
I got 1 1 and 1 6. And I think I'm going to hold that.
Okay. So that 1 becomes mine for the scene. I also got a 6, which means that I met or beat your result. So that means narration passes to me. You move forward and push your hand against this door. And as you do so, the door becomes a blue wooden door, which opens easily when you push against it. And I don't know how much you were leaning into the opening of this door, but I imagine you were at least taking a step as you pushed against the door. And as you do so, there's a crunch beneath your foot as you look down and realize that you are stepping out of the door and back into the hedge maze. And if you turn and look back over your shoulder, the ballroom is not behind you. Behind you, you see the interior of the dollhouse to scale, as if you were inside the dollhouse. Which direction are you going to go through the door?
When I look back, do I see Eustace and Lavinia?
You do not.
Then I go forward.
Back into the garden.
Yeah.
Okay. You step back out into the garden. Lavinia and Eustace, you watch as Josepha crosses the room and pauses momentarily at the door, looking lost or confused. And you two find yourselves suddenly fully amongst the partygoers and revelers as well. And then the next moment, Josepha has opened the door and is leaving the room. What would you like to do?
I think Lavinia would have been sort of following Josepha, figuring that that's how you leave this room, right? But would probably have been very startled when the door replaced. Like, does she see the door replace the mirror?
If you're with her, yes.
Okay. Lavinia would probably hold back though, because blue door, there was a blue door when we were outside. The blue door doesn't seem to fit the decor, and she's gonna look disapprovingly at the door, like that doesn't belong here. What the hell? Except she wouldn't obviously say that. And I think she would kind of look back to Eustace, like, "Do you see this? What the hell is going on?"
Eustace is lost because he's looked over his shoulder and he's seen a woman in a particular mask that he recalls and remembers, and she sort of like darts around the corner into a different room, and he's gone after her, like a fox chasing a rabbit, just gone, leaving you behind and seeking what he thinks is the person he's been sent to look for, that he hopes he can find here.
Okay. Lavinia, Josepha, both of you have exited the ballroom and stepped back out into the garden amongst the hedge maze. Eustace, you have given chase. Likewise, not the first time that you have chased this person. Maybe even at such an occasion. You run through the rooms as if you know where you're going, maybe because you do. You finally come to a familiar door. Elsewhere within the manor, And as you approach that doorway, Claudia, you awaken with a start. You were lying on your back in between rows of this hedge maze. As you look around you, you realize there's a small object not far away that seems to be completely covered in snow, like the rest of the ground is. But you can almost see its shape because it's, the ground is fairly level, and then there's this rise. It's probably about the size of 2 fists together, maybe a little larger. But the snow has made it look even bigger. This mound next to you.
When I awaken, am I still wearing black or am I in a wedding dress?
The narration is yours.
Okay.
You tell me.
Well then, Claudia is going to awaken and she's going to be in a wedding dress, but the wedding dress is going to be a black variant of what was seen on her sister. So her muff is gone and everything, and now she's got this massive long black veil that maybe has some beads of some sort on it, so it catches light and twinkles a little bit. But it creates this amazing effect against all of the white snow that's all around her and the hedge, the kind of brownish green of the hedge maze. As she's lying there, and she's going to get up and she's going to sit up and look in front of her, and she sees that mound under the snow and cautiously move towards it. When she gets to it, start to brush it off and uncover it, and it is a blood red satin pillow, and tied to the pillow are 2 men's wedding rings and 2 women's wedding rings next to each other. And she'll kind of pick it up and tuck it up against her and then just look around and try to see if she can find her way out of wherever she's at in this maze.
Cut back to Eustace, where you have stopped just before this familiar door. And as you stare at this door, you realize what lies on the other side. A familiar memory, something that sticks with you still to this day. Whatever happened on the other side of this door is something that haunts you, for good or bad. Do you continue through the door?
Yeah, he looks around, and we'll take the time to roll a cigarette and lace it with some opium. And in the quiet before he steps through the door, because this is going to be difficult for him, he'll exhale some blue smoke and sort of feel a calm come over him that he had been sorely missing since before he'd arrived here. And then he'll go through the door, expecting to find Ophelia within.
Okay. If you would please roll me 7d6.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh boy. Just a 1, no 6s.
Would you like to try to cash in on your vice in order to reroll?
Yeah, actually, if ever there's been an opportunity, it's when I literally smoke
that
opium.
makes really good sense, yeah. For sure. Okay, so you can reroll that 1.
Okay.
Take care of switching over.
That makes it a 5. So I don't have a 6, but I don't have a 1.
Okay, so that is still, however, fail. Alright, so let's see. We're going to burn your vice. Quite literally. And darken the candle. So we see Eustace reach open or reach for this door after stealing his nerves, calling on his addictive nature. Steals his nerves, and then he reaches up and touches the door, pushing it open. And then for us, as the audience, it fades to black. We find the four of you sometime later, before we figure out where we're going to take our break. So, thank you so much so far this evening for playing along. As you can tell, we are all brand new to this system. I'm having a lot of fun trying to figure it out, and hopefully everybody else is having a great time so far. Thank you so much. If you are tuning in this evening with us, sit tight, because we will be right back with more Tin Candles. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. We are going to pick things up where we left off. I believe. Did I darken the candle for the last scene? I don't know if I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like I did. I think we have 7 remaining. So, we are going to move into the very next scene. But before we do so, we have to speak our truths. So, who darkened the candle last time? Was it you, Eustace? I believe so.
It was me.
Yeah. Okay. So you'll start us off saying the mantra again, and then give us our first truth.
These things are true. Grimden Hall is full of ghosts. There is the addition of timpani to the music deep within the house somewhere. It's beginning to grow more bombastic.
I think we find ourselves in a cellar. And this is a cellar that's probably almost the same square footage as the house itself. It has large casks of what you presume to be wine and other spirits that are kept down here, as well as tons and tons of crates and barrels that hold who knows what.
And every time that there's a beat in the music, dust shakes from the floorboards above us. And so it's very dusty in the air and almost seems like there might be forms moving, but you can't really see what they might be.
The air smells damp and mildewy. And there is a strange light coming from one of the walls, as if there is perhaps a room further on.
From what seems like maybe just past this strange thin light in this room that we're looking at, there's a sound of a young boy. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ready or not, here I come. And then sound of footsteps kind of running off into the distance.
The previous smell of fresh baked goods now smells rotten. All of the delicious food is covered in flies, and there are maggots swarming in the meat that was laid out on the table. And there's a sudden switch from this like bombastic major key to something more minor.
And we are haunted. We have now spoken our truths for the scene. We are. What's going on? So, as you descend the stairs, I imagine, probably by lamp or candlelight, into this cellar, the 4 of you are back together at this point. You do.
I think Josepha has stopped questioning um, the weirdness of the finding herself from place to place in a moment of time. And it's almost comforting to find that we are back together, the 4 of us. And I think she reaches out to Claudia and grabs her arm and maybe descends the stairs together.
Is Claudia still in the wedding dress?
As they descend, there will actually be a brief moment where you hear like a ripping sound as part of the train of the veil that's following behind her gets caught on a broken piece of this wooden stair that they're walking down and kind of rips in the in the darkness.
Eustace looks at the ripped dress and says, Ophelia, and then shakes his head and breathes out like this enormous cloud of smoke that he didn't realize he was holding in, and looks around somewhat shocked and confused.
Lavinia has a handkerchief up to her nose there's all this dust in the air, and he's just exhaled a bunch of smoke. He's smoking in the presence of ladies. What's he doing? So inappropriate. And she is totally judging on him.
Yeah, I think realizing he was alone a moment ago and this was fine, and now it's not. So he just quickly flicks the cigarette away and wafts, takes a deep breath and tries to get himself back together.
Maybe partway down the stairs is when we hear the sound of the child playing, and Josepha tugs on Claudia's arm. That it's him, and she starts to hurry down the stairs, kind of pulling you along.
I think as you near the bottom of the stairs, Josepha, you see familiar flash as a young boy darts across the opening at the bottom of the stairs. Lavinia, you likewise see something pass from one side to the other. But this child is not right. This child looks decayed. It's been dead for some time, and you suspect that this is the source of the rot that you now smell. But he darts across the opening all the same.
Oh my goodness, what was that? Oh.
Everett, is that you? And I think Josepha's going to go after him.
And Lavinia is going to try and hold her, try and grab her shoulder as she runs away. And I'll leave it to you whether or not that's successful.
Let's leave it to the dice.
Okay. Oh, that also works.
So, if you would, please, Lavinia, I think we are 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 7d6. I'll roll what I've got.
No 6s, but no 1s.
Okay, no 6s or 1s.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay.
Lots of 2s. I don't know.
So let's see. Okay. Josepha, you start to head down the stairs, trying to move after Everett. Lavinia reaches out and tries to hold you firm, and as she does so, you slip and fall and tumble down the stairs. That ends the scene. So, we will darken our 4th candle. And no 1s, so you don't lose any dice. But we will drop down to 6 because that's what we are at with our candles. Okay. So what that means is next we are going to we're going to have to speak truths again. So, Lavinia, you are the one who darkened the candle in this last scene, so you will start us off. Once again, if you would state the mantra first, and then give us our first truth.
These things are true. Grimden Hall is full of ghosts. and it's suddenly very dark where we are. Like the lights have gone out, other than these six candles.
And it's eerily quiet. The music that has been playing this entire time is silent. There is no sound.
A flash of lightning illuminates the dark area, and glancing up briefly, we can see the crossbeams supporting the shingles that are just below the roof of a building. It seems as though we appear to be in an attic of some sort.
The sound of the music is replaced by the sound of heartbeat in your ears or in the floorboards.
Ahead of you, almost dominating kind of the empty space of this attic, is a lone steamer trunk. And it seems to be sitting either atop or to be the source of this heartbeat.
And we are haunted.
Okay. Our scene is established. Our 4 protagonists are now here in this attic where they can hear nothing but this heartbeat. What are you going to do?
Everett, because that's the last thing she was thinking of when she fell. Josepha would immediately just impulsively go to that steamer trunk to open it. The entire time she's saying the name Everett over and over again. Everett, Everett, Everett.
Eustace is very afraid of what they might find in the steamer trunk, and doesn't think it's Everett, and is worried. He's been hunting Ophelia, he thinks, through this place all night, and the beating of the heart. Matters of love, he thinks, maybe. His brain is making connections it usually wouldn't. And he doesn't stop Josepha, but does take a step back.
You guys keep going. I'll juggle things.
Claudia will walk with Josepha as she's moving over to the steamer trunk, and she'll put her hand on her and see. I told you, just like earlier, they're here. We can find them here. He was down there, and my sister was in the garden. You saw her, didn't you?
If that was him down there, then he is no longer alive. That thing in the basement with us was decaying and unpleasant.
Stop it, you cruel, cruel woman!
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god.
How dare you speak to her like that? Her brother has been missing.
He's here. I know he's here.
We are here because we are meant to find him. This is where we will find him. We will find my sister. We will. I know this.
And I think this is the moment when Josepha realizes she still has that key in her hand and it fits the trunk. And so she puts it in and opens it.
Okay. If you would please roll 66.
So do I activate my moment before I roll?
Yes. Yes, let's do that. Okay, so moment. Let's see if I'm gonna bring it up big on the screen here with any luck. There we go. I will find hope when I learn the truth of what happened to my brother. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I just roll now the 6 dice.
Yes, ma'am.
So I got a 6 and a 1.
Okay. So I think the one's gonna stand.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you can have anything to burn for it. You had a single 6?
Yep.
Okay. So I likewise got a 6, which means I meet or beat what you had. So I think what that means is successful. If successful, you earn your hope die. Okay. So I have to take narrative control, and it means that you lose hope. You don't fail in this moment. Wait. It is a fail. So yes, okay, this will also end the scene. Okay. You reach out and you open the lock with this key that in fact does fit. You reach down and you undo the latches of this steamer trunk. And you throw the lid open, looking down inside it, Josepha. The interior of this steamer trunk appears exactly as the room where you last saw Everett. The corners of the inside of this steamer box trail downward and form the corners of this room. Texture of the inside of the trunk takes on the texture of the wallpaper that lined the room. At the bottom of this steamer trunk are the pieces of furniture and the doors and the windows of this room. It's as if you're floating near the ceiling looking down at the room. What room is that?
The room I last saw my brother. It is our what's it called? Sunroom in our childhood home. It is where we would play quietly while Mom was doing her embroidery and while Dad was doing his books.
You recognize this room, but not the specific time that you seem to be looking in on. It takes you a moment because it's the early hours of afternoon. The shades are drawn against the sun, so it's kind of dim in here. But you see red, like pooled here next to the bed. You realize you see your brother's hand. It's out from underneath the edge of the bed, lying in the middle of this pool of blood. Your mother enters the room and begins to panic before spotting the same thing that you saw, this puddle of what must be blood. She makes the face as if screaming, but all you hear is that heartbeat. Slowly, that heartbeat grows quieter and weaker, fainter and fainter, until you see nothing. That's the end of that scene. Darken and come. Now have 5 remaining. So, Aaron, you darkened the candle in that scene, so we will start with you once again. If you would state the mantra first, and then give us our first truth.
These things are true. Grimden Hall is full of ghosts. And the room we are in is now a kitchen. Spotless, actually, which is odd for every other room that we've been in so far. But it is empty.
It sits empty, but as we stand in the room, we start to smell rich spices appearing in the middle of a giant island in the center of this kitchen where one would expect food to be, or I don't know, chopping block or something. There is a large hookah that is coming up off the counter and is positioned and is now the only item in the middle of this kitchen, with a hose coming off, 4 hoses in different directions, and it is smoking, and that's where the scent of the spices are coming from.
There's laid around in 4 places around this hookah, as well as the actual pipes. There are books of like Eastern philosophy placed around, almost ritualistically. Some of them are like open in places and or earmarked, dog marked in places for specific quotes, or have like bits of ink scrawled all over them. It looks like whoever was smoking here was discussing the big things.
And I think in addition, there's another Eastern book that is also open, and we can tell that by its description, as an audience at least, that it is the Kama Sutra.
And we are haunted.
Eustace's face goes red, seeing this scene. He has been here in this place, and he pretends like he hasn't been, and like it's a surprise to him, and realizes that there are ladies present, and will quickly go over and close the offending book.
Josepha is just standing there, kind of dumbfounded, not even really noticing where we are at this moment. What she saw previous is still in her mind, and she is just standing there, gaze to the floor, unmoving.
When I was in Marrakesh, these were everywhere, and they can calm the nerves. I might suggest we try it.
I do not think this is a good idea. Polite women do not smoke.
Not in England, perhaps.
And we are in England. So
That remains to be seen.
Claudia will actually walk over and pick it up and just pull on the hookah really hard and kind of take it in, and she'll just, her whole body will just kind of like relax and melt, and she'll slowly blow the smoke out, and she'll look over at Eustace and and those of us who've traveled know that this does help. And she'll kind of put the hose back down.
Yeah, for a second, when the smoke is thick, he'll see this memory of Ophelia doing the same thing, like blowing smoke at him. And for a moment, he'll sort of like, and then realize and think he probably needs it more than anybody and will sit at the table as well. There's no one here to see you embarrass yourself, Mrs. Claiborne.
it's Claiborne.
My mistake. It's the accent, I'm sure.
It's pretty obvious everything we're going through tonight is happening for a reason. If this was not necessary, it would not be here. And she'll pick it up and take another smaller hit off of it again.
I have read theories about group hallucinations caused by malicious, how to say, a malaise that hangs upon food or drink that will enter and dislodge the spirits. And I think we are experiencing some kind of hallucination together.
I think as the group of you are kind of gathered near the island in the kitchen, kind of around this hookah, whether you're partaking or not, I think there's a noise kind of in the next room, just on the other side of an open door. And it's probably the kind of thing that does take you a moment to realize what you're hearing, and then I would imagine there's a large amount of embarrassment that follows, but it sounds like people in the throes of passion.
This is not a nice place. Is there another door to this room?
I would imagine so. Probably at least.
Yeah, she's going out the other door.
This has long been a house of ill repute. There are groups that gather here for cavorting, bacchanalia, things like that. But not for a long time.
Claudia's going to go over to the door to where we can kind of hear what's going on, and she's going to kind of just slowly crack it open and kind of peek through it, curious as to what's going on.
Just as you reach the door and kind of push it open just a bit, Claudia, to try to see what is going on, Lavinia, you've reached the other door. Intention to go through it. So if you would please roll me 5d6.
A 6 and 2 1s. And I know it won't make a difference, but I'd like to cash in my trait, which is judgmental.
So it might make a difference. So you can re-roll
Yeah,
those
you get
ones.
one. Yeah, I can re-roll one. Let me see here. I rolled a 6. There we go. 2 6s and a 1.
You said there were... So there were 2 ones? Okay, so when you cash it in, you get to re-roll all of the ones that you rolled.
Oh, okay. Hang on. So I now have 2 6s. That's it.
2 6s. Okay, but no 1s?
No 1s.
Excellent. Okay, so you guys will maintain 5 dice for the scene. You also will maintain narrative control because you will succeed. Let's see, your vice is now... Okay, so you have narrative control. You have reached the door and are now going through it. What happens?
I think as she goes through it, we're suddenly like the light changes and that the smells change, and we are now in a hallway, but it could be like a hallway of a different room, like a different house. And she is on the warpath, so she is just going down the hall, like not paying attention to whether anybody is coming behind her or the door she went out of. And I think as she heads down the hall, there's like doors on either side, and she just randomly picks one that doesn't have any sounds behind it and will open it.
Anyone can feel free to suggest what happens whenever she opens the door.
Josepha's still in a state of shock and again has not even registered that we're now in another room. And she's still staring at that same spot on the floor.
I think maybe there's an inevitability to going into the room with the unpleasant noises. And so opening this door leads you into a scene of total debauchery. There are men and women of all ages engaged in all sorts of unspeakable things here. The air is thick with smoke. There is strange music, different songs playing in different parts of the room. And there is a strong scent of like sweat in the air.
I imagine that since this is Lavinia that is going through this, as she opens the door and she experiences all of these scents and the sounds and seeing all this, she sees her niece, who we previously saw in the center of the room with a young man. And very unladylike things are occurring.
Lavinia is going to turn and walk the hell out and be like, nope. That's a hard nope on that room. Yep. Try a different door in the hallway.
Excellent. Okay. So as Lavinia turns on heel and makes her way as quick as she can to another door, let's go ahead and roll 5 dice.
No 6s, no 1s.
Okay, no 6s or 1s. So you turn from the scene and walk away just to the nearest next door that you can find, and it just blast your way through the next door, leaving behind this scene of debauchery. Okay. That is going to darken the character. Darken the character. It's going to darken another candle.
That too, probably.
Probably. That's fair. Darken another candle and bring an end to that scene. Alright. I now have 4 dice remaining. We're going to move into the next scene, but before we do, we will speak our truths. So we were going to start with you, Cole, since Lavinia darkened that last candle. If you would please speak the mantra first and then give us our first truth.
These things are true. Grimden Hall is full of ghosts, and there's a strong smell of blood in the air.
Wow. Um, mixed with the scent of blood is the earthy scent of dirt. And we find ourselves feeling soft loam under our feet.
The smell of dirt and the feel of it under our feet, as we adjust to our new surroundings, we find ourselves inside of a rundown stable. And inside of the different stalls are the eerie presence of half visible horses.
And we are haunted.
I think Lavinia is going to pull up short. This was not where she was expecting to be in the least. And I don't know that she's ever seen the inside of a stable. You know, other people bring the horses to her. Well, not so much the horses, the carriages to her. And so, yeah, she's just going to sort of stop abruptly and at the unexpected place and look down at the ground and like, this is dirt under my feet, and perhaps there's some blood mixed in with the dirt.
I believe it's the smell of blood that brings Josepha back to her senses. And she just, no, 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 and screams.
Oh my goodness, are you okay?
And she just looks at you, and her eyes are crazed at this moment. Like she's seen something she just can't explain and doesn't want to have happened.
Eustace is trying to piece together how this connects to the previous. He's now determined to figure out a way that this makes sense, that this is a hallucination, and that his brain is trying to tell him something and piece something together. And so he's working really hard to think like, okay, my travels abroad, my strange time here in this house, and now stables, how does this all connect? So he's like working really hard on that, and he's probably not even listening to Josephus like shouting. He's focused on the problem almost exclusively, and now finally looks up and sees that you are shouting. Are you well? Perhaps we could take a moment, all of us. The pace of this has been relentless.
And I think if Karen will let me, I think Lavinia would grab Josepha by the shoulders to try and sort of shake some sense into her, because she strikes me as that kind of person. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I almost you probably give her a good slap.
I wasn't going to say it, but yeah, she kind of does.
Yeah. Snap out of it, girl. And
this is unseemly behavior.
And Josepha would just be looking at you with the wide eyes and holding the stinging cheek. But it worked. She's now here with you and just staring at you.
Think which of you has a connection to a stable. Some moment in your life must connect to this.
The screaming and the slapping and the everything that's going on and chaotic, it's making the horses in the stable act up, and they kind of start kicking into the walls and getting really restless. And Claudia will turn at the noise from the horses and Rembrandt, and she'll go running down the stall to one of the stalls, and she'll stop in front of this stall that has this massive, um, like gray blue stallion in it with black hair coming down the stallion, and she'll reach out and like basically start petting this illusion ghost of a horse thing that's in front of her, and she'll go through these motions she's probably done 1,000 times where she reaches in and grabs a sugar cube, and then she'll look over next to her and see another horse and go, Picasso, and she'll hand that one a sugar cube of some sort or something, and she's completely enthralled with these horses that are in front of her.
You see, it's all connected. You see, this has a personal significance to Claudia. There's a reason why we see these things. There's a thread that we are following. He's sort of like saying it like it's an explanation, but he's really begging for someone else to like agree so it can make sense.
But then what was the personal reason behind being in a ballroom? That's probably the most impersonal place I can think of.
We all make connections in those places, fall in love, dance.
We are here at this, in this stable, and Claudia, you're feeding sugar cubes while Eustace tries to piece things together. Let's see, Lavinia. No, you saw the thing last scene, so let's have it be Eustace. Eustace, it's while you're kind of, I don't know, maybe pacing back and forth, kind of puzzling this out, kind of thinking things through, that you spy kind of at the end of the run that goes in between these individual stables. There's a trough. It's kind of set against the wall, and there's a small splashing noise that kind of catches your attention, and just as you're about to kind of complete your circuit and turn around, and as you do so, kind of look up at this trough, you see a hand retreat into it.
He doesn't think, he just reaches for the hand to try and pull whoever it is out.
You reach down, kind of closing the small amount of distance before you, and reach down towards this hand. If you would please roll me 4d6.
Only 4. Oh boy. A 6 and a 1.
Okay, do you want to try to let the dice stand?
I think I'm going to try and use phlegmatic in that I was trying to piece together the correct, like how this makes sense and how it, trying to grab onto my sense of stoicism and calm. Maybe not so successfully, but at least trying.
Perfect. Okay, so you can re-roll any ones that you had.
Into a 6. That's 2 6s.
2 6s. Okay. 2 6s. Okay. Okay, so that is a success. However, I rolled 3 6s, which means the narrative goes to me. So you reach down and you grab for this hand. You grab a hold of a woman's wrist. Again, cold to the touch by hours. And looking down, you realize that you're holding the hand of a woman who is lying in a pool of her own blood. She's beneath a bed, and you are in a bedroom, a lady's bedroom. And looking down beneath the edge of the bed to her face, it looks like Claudia, or potentially her sister. The rest of you also find yourself in this bedroom. Sorry, go ahead.
He reels from the sense of dislocation from suddenly being a different place, and will pull as hard as he can to try and pull this person out from under the bed, and see if he can piece together who it is more clearly. And he, his doctor sense comes in, he tries to save them, despite the fact that they're already dead.
You can see pretty easily as you drag her out from beneath the bed that in her other hand is a sharp implement of some kind, probably some kind of knitting needle, and there are multiple small puncture wounds in her temple. The rest of you see all of this.
I think Josepha, just seeing what we're actually, this could be Claudia / her sister Lavinia, and almost reflexively is going to try to pull Claudia away and keep her from seeing the same sight, though it's already too late, but she's trying.
Once the horses disappear as we move into this bedroom and her sister's pulled out from under the bed, Claudia is going to let out this just intense wailing scream, seeing herself, her sister, them in front of her, and seeing the death and the blood, and she's going to rush over and kneel down next to the body, and she doesn't care about the blood, she doesn't care what gets on her, and she's going to just cry into this, and everyone will hear from her, "It can't be. This can't be. This can't be the way it was destined to be. This is the end, though. Is this it? Is this all of us? Is this what we are? Is this what we've been? What will become? Is this the last time that I will be with you, my sister?" And she'll just cry into the body.
I think Lavinia would look embarrassed by the emotion. Sorry. She's kind of a jerk. And just sort of turn away to give you some privacy.
Yeah, Eustace too feels uncomfortable, but will he's still there on the floor and will say, "It's not real. You don't need to feel this grief. This is not reality."
She won't really pay any mind to Lavinia, but Claudia will take her hand and slide it through the thick, not quite completely coagulated blood, and she'll reach up to Eustace and she'll slide her hand down his suit. "Does that look real to you? My sister is dead." And she'll go back into the crying into him with this just blood-stained handprint coming down his front.
He looks at it. "If this is what you think is necessary to deal with this situation, then that is your own issue." And he will stand unimpressed and step away and roll his eyes that he should be stuck in this place with people so incapable and so egregious in their exclamations is exhausting. And he'll sort of shakily reach for the pouch and begin rolling a cigarette.
Lavinia, meanwhile, is looking out the window to try and see if she can figure out where we are in relation to any other part of the house, just because this is so strange.
And I don't imagine that what Lavinia sees outside of this house is anything familiar at all. The landscape is entirely different. The time of day, maybe even the time of year, looks entirely different outside this window.
Yeah, and I imagine that there's no sign of the hedge maze or any of that stuff. So either that's on another side of the house, or clearly we're not in London anymore, um, or Kansas either.
Claudia will kind of start to compose herself. The Thankfully she's wearing black, so the black wedding dress is not showing really any of the blood, but it's on her hands, it's up on her cheeks and her neck, anywhere she was touching her sister. And she'll kind of turn around and she'll start looking around for anything she can that signifies, I mean, obviously she sees how her sister died, but anything that signifies who or why or what was done to cause the death. She's just searching everywhere, looking under the bed, lifting up sheets, if a rug's in the room, anything that she can do, whatever's in here, to try to find anything that would give her an answer.
So as you begin to kind of tear this room apart, please roll 46.
So I got 1-1, no 6s. I'm definitely going to use Fatalistic to try to reroll that 1. Oh no, it was another 1.
Okay, so we have virtue and vice gone. That is no 6s, so that is no successes, which means that we are going to darken another candle. And I will narrate the end of the scene. Okay. You begin tearing the room apart, looking for what could have been somehow linked, some kind of explanation, anything. And it's at the point where you turn over her small chest of drawers that sits next to her bed that you realize there's something taped underneath the top drawer. When you move downward to see what it is, you find that it's the same key that first came out of the medium's mouth beginning of the evening. Okay. So, that brings us to the end of that scene. How many ones did you have? One? Single? So that means, okay, yeah, we're at 3 anyways. So we will speak truths as we head into the next scene. It was you who darkened the candle in the last scene, so you will start. There are 3 truths that need to be spoken, so it will be you, and then Lloyd, and then I will finish us off, and we'll start. So if you would speak the beginning mantra, and then give us our first truth.
These things are true. Grimden Hall is full of ghosts. And as we sit in the room full of blood, it slowly fades away, and where blood was pooled is now a rug. And we're now in a study of some sort, and there is a smoldering fireplace along one wall.
there is a trunk by the desk underneath that seems to pulse and thrum with some kind of potential.
And we are haunted. So the scene is set. We have 3 dice beginning in the pool. All of you are in this study, lit dimly by just this fire in the hearth that is beginning to fail, beginning to run out of fuel. And this chest sits in the middle of the room. What would you like to do?
The key. Which of you has the key?
Here. And she'll just hold out, like, whip her arm out real fast and hand it to him.
The key, the purpose of the key is to unlock. And not just physically, metaphorically, spiritually. Do you see?
Why do you sound like you're trying to convince yourself?
I'm trying to guide you through this. This is not my first experience like this.
And Lavinia is going to turn and look at the books that are in the room, because I'm sure there are books on bookshelves, because, yeah, clearly this young man is not of good breeding.
Does he take the key, or does he just stand there saying what he's doing?
He snatches it, like,
Okay.
insanely. He's like very animated in a way that he hasn't been previously. And we'll look to the rest of you like, I'm going to open it.
Josepha just nods at the doctor while she's actually going to go over and hold Claudia's hand, if you will. We will get to the bottom of this. We will get to the bottom of this. And she's looking at you, trying to not really console you at this moment, but maybe comfort you slightly in some weird way.
She's going to respond back and take the comforting her. And yes, there's something extremely important in there. Eustace, you showed me my sister, and now I know that this is for you, and yes, you must be the one to open this chest. Do it.
This feels more in line with his usual experience, which is that all things lead to him finding his way out of it. Every trip like this he's had before has been similar. And so I think this could be his moment. Prove that this is a malady and not a supernatural curse. He could prove that to himself. I don't think that it's necessarily true. But he could find some proof in here that convinces him, at least, potentially.
Maybe. Okay, so you'll have 3 dice.
Okay, let's see. God. It's 2 1s.
Okay.
Sometimes the dice tell the best story.
Sometimes. Okay, so 2 1s and the other was something that doesn't matter? Okay.
Yep.
All right, so that means that you are going to lose hope again. And we'll also bring about the end of the scene. And we'll darken another candle. So 2 remaining. Okay. And then, yeah, I got 2 6s, so that means narration goes to me. Let's see, something that is using the moment. Trying to prove that this is not supernatural.
So I guess it's something that proves that it is supernatural to him, right? That's
right, because of the man. Okay, so you move forward with this key, and you unlock this chest, certain that whatever lies in here is going to break the hold that this experience is having on your mind, is going to free you from this. And when you throw back open the lid and you look down inside, you find yourself similar to what Josefa saw earlier, looking down on a room where this trunk seems to just become the walls of this room. And unlike Josefa, in the moment that she witnessed, this moment is one that you recall very vividly. This is when you found Ophelia under similar circumstances to Claudia's sister.
Yeah, he had begged her not to go back to the house, that they had spoken many times that the parties were increasingly macabre and grim, and that there was a strange occult element to them, and that there was something unpleasant there, and that he begged her not to. And they had this big fight, and she stormed out. And when she didn't come back for a day and then two, he went to go and find her, and find her he did. And he'll sort of stare blankly, and he'll drop the lit cigarette, and take a step back, begin to realize that this is not food poisoning or some hallucination. It's something more than that. And all the color will drain from his face, and he'll actually stumble back and sit down on the ground.
That brings us to the end of the scene. So, we now have 2 candles remaining. We will be speaking truths before, well, it'll be a singular truth, before we move into this penultimate scene. So, Eustace, it was you who darkened the candle in the last scene, so you will, if you would, please state the mantra and then give us our first truth.
These things are true. Grimden Hall is full of ghosts. And the music has returned, bigger and louder than ever. A full orchestra now, booming. You can't even hear yourself think.
And we are haunted. So, the part of the scene has been established. We have but 2 candles remaining. We know that the orchestra is in full swing, playing this music loudly that booms wherever it is that we now find ourselves. You guys have narrative control? So, what's going on? Where are you? What are you doing?
I think we're in a library because the orchestra is just so unexpected in here. And I think that Lavinia would be looking around trying to make sense of where we were in a room. She was looking at a book, and then we were in a room with lots of books. And when she looked up, and she's facing the complete opposite direction. What the hell? Which is, her reaction to most of the house, except she wouldn't use those words.
Eustace like hears the music like so loudly when he opens his eyes. He's in the library, and he just starts to laugh. Like at first, like a low sort of chuckle, and then like loud cackling laughter.
And once again, Lavinia feels the need to administer some rough justice, well, not justice, but, tough love. And gives him a good wallop across the face. Sorry. Not sorry.
Yeah, he like, and then looks and sort of nods. Yes, yeah, yes, quite.
Get a hold of yourself.
I think it's you who needs to get a hold of yourself. You haven't faced anything that we have faced here so far. You have ignored everything that we have seen. You have stepped away and avoided looking at everything that we have seen. You cannot hide from this.
There is nothing to hide from.
If you say so. If we are stuck here eternally because of your inability and unwillingness to face the consequences, so be it.
What consequences? What are you talking about, even? You're not making sense.
Well, why are you here? What brought you to this place?
A carriage brought me to this place. I
Why
am
did
here because my niece was investigating this place as part of her thesis in school, and she has died, and I need to know what was so fascinating here. And if perhaps there was some lapses of judgment while she was here, then I have my answer. What my husband would have said, I don't know. I'm just glad that he's not here to see it.
Well, there, Dr. Fitzpatrick, you have your answer. Apparently, she's done with this house. She's seen all she needs to see.
She is an unfeeling creature. That is why she is here. This is some kind of punishment or quest that we are on to face ourselves. And if you cannot face the fact that you feel the way that every breathing, living man and woman does, then we'll be here forever.
I do not understand why you believe that I have some control over how long we are here. I have yet to see the front door again. If I did, I would be out it.
That is why. You are not seeking to answer the questions, you are seeking to avoid them, as you've avoided everything that we have faced so far.
I haven't avoided them, I just haven't allowed them to break me.
If you say so.
I do say so.
Claudia will kind of chuckle to herself and under her breath as she's walking over to a large, massive wooden desk in the middle of the room. She'll kind of, in a kind of almost delusionally sounding voice, well, we all saw that her niece was quite the feeling kind of girl now, didn't we? And she'll start, like, thumbing through this big, like, ledger that she finds on the desk.
Lavinia,
Well, perhaps I am not as feeling as you are, my dear. You know, the way that you kept your fiance after your sister's death.
So typical. You cannot face any criticism or mention of you. Everything is deflected to someone else. Everything is someone else's fault.
I did not hear any criticism of me, only of my niece.
I see. And it doesn't trouble you that she died here. or that she was involved in some orgiastic bacchanal.
It troubles me that she
Oh.
died here.
Oh. I wasn't criticizing her. I was just stating fact. I wasn't judging. I'm not judgmental.
And perhaps you would have enjoyed joining her. Boom.
Lavinia, as this conversation has built, as the tension has mounted, you look down and you realize that you're clutching the knitting needle that was seen on the floor next to Claudia's sister's body.
She's going to look at this knitting needle, and I'm assuming it's still gross with blood. And
yeah.
I believe this is yours. Offers it to Claudia.
He'll kind of grab it from her very roughly and... How dare you touch anything that has to do with her?
You know, for all of my life, I have tried to follow a path of rationality, and I have not believed that there are monsters in this world until this moment. Have you no heart, woman? That you would present that to her in such a way.
When Lavinia doesn't answer, Josepha just kind of is actually she's focused on the knitting needle itself, and she's like, "Well, Claudia, may I? Maybe there's a clue. Maybe it can tell us something. Let me help you."
She'll hand it over and give it to her, and she'll completely turn her back on Lavinia, like completely just disengage with her and not even act like she's in the room anymore.
Did your sister knit?
No. We learned cross stitch when we were young, but nothing. We didn't do any knitting.
And Josepha would continue to look at this knitting needle, almost like trying to glean any information from it, if there's a monogram or any sort of pattern or anything that could lead to where it would have come from.
Okay. So please roll 2d6.
I don't wanna. Okay. Oh, I rolled a 6!
I was going to say, can I activate my moment for this? Can I activate it on her roll, or does it not work like that?
No, I think it has to be on your roll.
Okay.
I think that's the way it's supposed to function for a moment.
Maybe I learned something.
Yeah. Okay. So you got a single 6, and that's it? As far as, like,
I did.
The other die wasn't anything important? Okay.
Nope.
All right, so you succeed. So you will find the information that you're looking for, but I got 3 6s, which means that I take the narration. Okay. So, looking at this knitting needle, there's something about it that looks familiar to you, Josepha. It's not necessarily monogrammed or anything like that. There's maybe like a particular scratch or nick in the knitting needle itself that gives you a slight amount of pause, like you've seen this particular needle before somewhere. And you realize that this was one of your mother's knitting needles.
Claudia, you maybe are watching as Josepha is looking at this knitting needle, like she's like very intent on it. And then it's almost like she's like, there's a slight inhalation of breath as she turns it and sees that mark. And she looks up at you, and her eyes are pleading. And you're not sure why, but she says, this was my mother's. I don't understand. Why would my mother's, why would your sister have Claudia? I don't know. I don't understand this.
Claudia will follow her words, but who was your mother? How would my sister know her?
I don't know. My mother was Eleonora. I forgot my last name. Shaw. Sorry. Eleanor Shaw. I mean, but
Wait,
she did teach at a finishing school once.
your mother's name was Eleonora?
Yes.
My sister's name was Eleonora.
Oh,
And she went to finishing school. We both did. But separate ones. Daddy sent her to one and me to another. He said we spent too much time together.
this is, and I think she looks at Eustace. What does this mean? Is this... I'm at a loss for words.
This is what we've been driving towards, surely. It must be. Everything we've gone through tonight must have been leading to this.
Outside of the room where you all find yourself, you hear a metallic thunk against wood. And just a few seconds later, there's another thunk, thunk, thunk. It's getting closer.
Can Lavinia tell what it is? I mean, would it be a sound she'd recognize? Because these guys are all focused, but she'd be like,
yeah, it's an odd noise. It's something tinny, but it's metallic for sure, and it's something thunking against the wood. Lavinia, since you're somewhat closer to the door, maybe even kind of like investigating this a little bit, as you kind of near the door, you see another knitting needle. It's in the air, and it comes down towards the floor as if somebody has it in hand and just kind of not driving it into the wood, but just tapping it. But when it taps, it stops against the wood and stands straight up on end. And then another one appears a few feet beyond it. Think, think, and you can see this trail of these knitting needles that are standing on end, leading off down the hallway and into the darkness. And they are continuing to pass you and go into this room every couple of feet. Tink. Tink.
so they're coming into the room where we are,
Yes.
or they're leaving?
No, they're coming into the room.
And she just doesn't have any words, but she makes some sort of weird, gaspy, what the hell kind of sound, because what the hell seems to be a theme with her. But like definitely makes a noise that would attract the attention of everybody else. And she's also going to try and wave her hand around the knitting needles, like, is there some motive thing here? What the heck? And try and figure out what's going on. I mean,
I think at the sound of Lavinia kind of trying to pull attention to us all, I think she's kind of going to as she's engaged with Josepha. Oh, yes, we know, you cranky old woman. No emotions. I understand. And then she'll turn around and look at what's going on over there.
Eustace will hear the noise.
Think.
Think. What is it? What's the link? How are you tied? What is this connection?
And Lavinia is not even going to hear Claudia saying this to her, because she is just like, there's these knitting needles and they're coming towards us and they're going into our room. And yeah, who is it going to stab next? And she's backing away from it.
So who currently has the blood-covered knitting needle? Is it still Josepha?
Oh, it's Claudia, right? You
did hand it to
Lavinia
Claudia?
gave it to Claudia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I gave him.
Yeah, she handed it back.
So this tink continues heading straight for Claudia. Is anybody going to do anything before it reaches her?
Yes. Josepha is going to grab the one needle that she just gave back, and she's going to throw it out the room.
Okay, do me a favor, please. Roll 2d6.
Okay. I got 1 6.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
And a 4. So yay.
6. Let's see what I ended up with here. Okay. So you maintain narrative control.
I would love to say that as soon as the knitting needle passes the threshold of the door, the other ones stop. And Josepha will just reach out and grab Claudia's hand and pull her away. We need to figure this out. We need to figure it out fast before something terrible happens. Your sister, think. What did she do?
Claudia will, as soon as Josepha reaches out for her, she'll kind of pull away from her and be like, did your mother murder my sister? And she'll, as she pulls away, she'll hit the desk, and the ledger that she was looking at and paging through before will kind of tumble off the desk and hit the ground and open up on the ground.
And Lavinia is going to grab one of the knitting needles that's now not moving forward and just kind of pick it up to try and examine it. And, ignoring these guys still, because she's all fascinated by this freaking needle thing.
Okay.
She'll look over and look down at the ledger that's on the ground and realize that it's from her father, and it's of her father's finances and stuff like that. And I think I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna activate my moment and see if there's anything inside this ledger that tells me why my sister died and who killed her and what happened, and see if there's some sort of tie. So what do I have to do for that?
So you're going to roll 2d6.
Just 2d6. Oh my gosh,
Just
this is so terrifying. You get down to like these last couple little dice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one fell off the table. I'll roll a different one. I got 1 6 and a 3.
Okay, so so you succeed, which means you earn your hope die. So you set aside an 11th die at the very, very beginning. It looks different than the rest of your die. You now have that any time that I ask for a conflict roll, and it succeeds on a 5 or a 6. However, if you have to roll your brink, and you fail that roll, that hope die is lost. Nobody's gotten to the brink just yet, but we do have one that is active. So you succeeded. You still burn your moment. Let's bring yours up on the screen. Find hope when I discover who and why my sister was murdered. So if you would please, as a part of your narrative description of the of this next part of the scene, work that into your narration. A hopeful resolution, no less.
What? Oh, I don't know. I didn't think through this. Okay. So I think what she would see from the ledger is that her father, the finishing school that her father was sending her sister to, she was always daddy's favorite, was a much more high-end finishing school than the one that he sent Claudia to. And I feel like what she never knew, or what she didn't realize, is as she's paging through this ledger and looking at this, she's going to discover that the young man who her sister was supposed to marry was family tied to this same finishing school somehow, where Josefa's mother taught. And there seems to be, as the ledger goes on, more mentions of this school. Even after her sister would have come home, her father was still paying debt of some sort to this school. Although it's not very clear exactly how, but it kind of leads to the fact that there was some major things, underhanded dealings going on, financial dealings going on, using the finishing school as a front for it. And that link can kind of be made there.
Excellent, well done. So, as Claudia is discovering this information, thumbing through this ledger with zeal, I would imagine, the other three of you, I know Lavinia is inspecting another one of these knitting needles, and they have remained on end, even though they have stopped appearing, and they form a trail of sorts back out of the room and down the hall from wherever it was that they originated. But the knitting needle itself looks like an identical copy, other than being covered in blood. It looks like an identical copy to the one that Claudia is holding. It has the same nick on it. Every single one of them.
Perhaps we are to follow the trail of the knitting needles back to the front door? Now you've got me talking like it's some sort of dream with significance and not some sort of horrible prank. I am going to follow this trail of knitting needles. You are all welcome to stay here or not.
I think as Lavinia leaves the room, Josefa would turn to Claudia and Eustace. She does have a point, actually. I'll give her that. I think we should follow these. And Josefa will turn to go and follow them as well.
Claudia will hold the book and the ledger, and she's carrying it with her and continuing to kind of hold it open and read it, but she'll say, "Oh, I apologize, Josefa. It wasn't your mother. It was just your mother's knitting needle led to the clue, and her needle, it served its purpose, and its purpose was to lead me to what was he involved in?"
And it's like Josefa was trying to answer Claudia. She's like, I don't know.
Rest
I don't
assured
know.
that the final piece of this puzzle rests with Lavinia.
I think you're right, Doctor. I do.
Game's afoot, he'll say, sort of jovially, realizing that there's no sense to be found and that he has no control over this, and sort of resigning himself to the madness of it. So he will sort of stand up, adjust his top hat, and then follow.
I think almost mimicking his moves, not with the top hat. It's Josepha kind of straightens out her dress, that little kind of little jacket that's over top of it, straightens it up and follows him out through.
Excellent. So the four of you leave behind this study, following this set of knitting needles standing on end. And they trail for some time until eventually you find yourself standing outside of a set of doors that do, in fact, lead outside. However, it appears that this leads into some sort of conservatory, a greenhouse of some kind, and it is very overgrown. You can see that through the glass. And the glass, probably even in its corners and edges, has a lot of green growth, algae and things on it, making it difficult to see much detail of this room. But the door is not locked, and these needles lead right up to the entrance.
It would seem that something wants us in here. And she's gonna open the door and see if anything horrible happens. I think probably sort of boldly walk in, even though anyone observing her can tell she's weirded out by this whole place, and especially by this room.
All right. So, if you would please, as you enter the conservatory, please roll 2d6.
I rolled a 6 and a 1. So I'm going to burn my other trait, the observant one, and hopefully I'll have observed something very important in the room as I enter.
All right, so you're going to burn observant, and you can re-roll that 1.
I rolled a 6. Nice. 2 6s.
Okay, 2 6s. Good. So that will beat my 1 6 that I rolled, so you will maintain narrative control. So tell me how you being observant factors into your success of what you find.
Well, as you said, the conservatory is really overgrown, because it actually is the conservatory when the doors are open. It's not one of those weird things. We've already done that. So when the doors are open, conservatory, and there's like some really rare species of orchid that she knows about because her late husband was into orchids. It was kind of his thing. And she will sort of, for the first time this evening, you see her face soften a little, and she reaches out to sort of touch some of them. And it's like they're reassuring her that she's okay, it's all gonna be fine. And it's like a message from her deceased husband to her, almost.
So I think the rest of you probably see Lavinia having like opened the door and stepped in pretty immediately and gone over to this plant. But this plant is diseased looking. It's like, in her mind, it appears this beautiful orchid, this symbol, and she's, almost admiring it and like stroking it and touching it. But the rest of you see this like again, the best way to describe it would be just a diseased plant. It's black and it's oozing things from various places, and it looks like it should be falling over dead.
Many things I've experienced tonight for the first time, opening a door to a room and appearing in a different one, but I never thought that I would see the miracle of seeing this woman feel.
Or touch something that is rotten.
Rotten? What are you talking about? This is one of the rarest orchids you can find.
But it is diseased and dying. If not already past its expiry date.
You cannot smell the stench?
It is rotten.
And she's going to turn to look at them. And when she turns back, I'm going to say that she sees it as diseased suddenly. And she's like, and that was not how I was seeing that a moment ago. I, this place is wrong. Just so wrong. How dare they take my husband's memory?
He'll like shake his head that she still doesn't get it. And sort of grin to himself. He now finds it quite amusing. I think he's broken somewhere inside now. All of his like core beliefs in the world and understanding of it have been like somewhat smashed. So now he's sort of finding it a little comical. And he's also leaning more and more into the opium, which I'm certain is helping on that front. And so he looks at this and says, is there some connection here, maybe, that you can see between this rotten flower, your niece?
No. My niece never showed any interest in flowers. And she's just gonna she's gonna miss that one completely.
He realizes that he laughed out loud and that's extremely unbecoming, but at this stage he's sort of beyond caring and will step and turn away and look elsewhere in the conservatory and take a drag from his opium cigarette and continue to chuckle to himself that this woman is irretrievably lost.
And I think she's going to give his back a hard stare because this guy is laughing at like nothing. What the hell? Again, with the what the hells.
Okay, so let's see. Eustace, you're kind of looking around this conservatory, trying to find the connection that you are certain must exist somewhere. Um, and you feel something drip on the back of your neck. It's something kind of cold and wet. If you would please roll me 2 dice.
A 1 and a 3.
Okay, so you have a 1 and a 3. However, your brink is active currently. You can cash in your brink, or you can attempt to use your brink, embrace it, I think is what they call it, and re-roll your entire dice pool. So both of those dice, you would get a chance to re-roll them.
I probably should, huh? So I think my brink is that I require other people to feel miserable to make myself feel less miserable.
I have it here, so... I have seen you on the edge when life has pushed you so hard you push others just to see them feel. You're only calm when others are distraught.
Right. So I've kind of been pushing that for a while.
Yeah.
But I think maybe I'll go a little heavier. He'll like turn, he'll like feel the drop in his back, and then he'll like turn back to Lavinia and like walk quite close to her. Your niece died here. Something happened here, something terrible, and you cannot face it for some reason. Pushing everything down and hiding it does not make it go away. I know, I have done it.
Clearly not very well if this is an example of you pushing it down and hiding it.
You are pathetic. If this is every answer that you have is to sneer and stare down your nose, it's disgusting.
I'm sorry that you've had a rough life.
My God. All right, so Lloyd, you can re-roll your 2 dice. What do we get?
All right. Fingers crossed. Nope. 3 and 4.
3, 4. Okay, so you don't lose any.
No 6 and no 1s.
Yeah. But that is a failure on a brink. So let's see, what does that mean? You burn your brink. You didn't have a hope die, I don't think, so that isn't applicable. But that does end the scene and darken the candle. Which brings us to our last and final candle. So we are now in what they call the last stand. The way that this is going to work moving forward, you will have a single die to roll starting in this scene. However, if you have your hope die, you have that as well. This is last stand. So that means that a failed conflict roll equals character death. Okay? So, before we move into this final scene, there is one truth that must be spoken. And it is that these things are true. Grimden Hall is full of ghosts. And we are haunted. So, for the beginning of this final scene, I will pass the narrative over to the 4 of you. Where are we? What's going on?
Maybe we're back in the room with the corpse of the seer. The table. Except covered in blood and exhausted, but the same place by the front door.
I would say the front door isn't there anymore. That it's just a blank wall where the door used to be. And out the windows is just mist. Because mist.
And I would say that we're not even, it's the same room and the seer is still there, but the corpse of each of the ones that we have lost are there around the table too, in the seats that we were originally sitting in.
And they're doing that whole holding of the thumbs.
All the hands are
pinkies.
touching. Yes. And they're all laying there dead, but their hands are all touching.
And that's going to be the thing that breaks Lavinia. And she starts just sort of screaming and backing away and is pressing herself into a corner as far as she possibly can. Just no. And it just gets louder and louder and louder. And I'm not going to scream because there's people sleeping upstairs.
Claudia will kind of take this opportunity, and she'll walk over to the corpse of her sister that's on the table, and the knitting needle is now actually like protruding from the temple, and um she'll kind of um reach down and grab the knitting needle and yank it out of her sister's head, and she'll just walk away, and her hands like shaking as she walks back over and almost like leans against the wall but almost collapses against it, um, and just tears are just pouring down her face.
Josepha, seeing the body of her young brother, would run up to him to embrace him. And again, like Claudia, tears would be rolling down her face. I tried so hard. I searched and I searched, and I never gave up. I never once gave up on you. And she would continue to do that as she's trying to hold him and almost like trying to cuddle him as you would a young boy.
And I think it's difficult, right? Because their hands are still like stuck in this position, almost as if like attached to the table.
Yeah.
Jesus will go to Ophelia and shake his head. I asked you not to go. And he'll like look at her and see that on her ring finger there's a ring. She never said yes, but she's wearing it. And he'll like smile briefly, and then be hit with life-shattering grief. And he'll slump down into a chair at the table and like put his head down on the table, and he'll look like one of the corpses. He'll like lay there, too aggrieved to move.
And I think while Lavinia is sort of attempting to cram herself into a corner, and discovering that, yeah, walls are real here sometimes, that she is going to start talking to her dead husband. I'm going to activate her moment, and he's going to speak to her from beyond the grave. And he's going to tell her that she has to admit that her daughter, her niece, made some bad choices, and that she needs to let her go.
Excellent. So, Cole, if you would please, as you activate your moment, roll a d6.
4.
Lavinia, you have pressed yourself into this corner as hard as you can, trying to disappear from this room, probably even closing your eyes really tightly. And you hear a familiar voice and a warm hand on your arm. When you open your eyes, you see Harold looking down at you. I don't imagine that maybe this is the first episode that he has seen Lavinia live through. That he's there to try to reassure you, but to make you face the fact of what you now know to be true about your niece. And he says to you, "It's fine. Everything will be fine. Come, Lavinia, come with me."
Why would she? And
Children
Yes, I'll come with you.
He kind of helps you to your feet and begins to lead you back towards the front door as you are flooded with light, bright, brilliant sunlight. The other three of you, you saw Lavinia press herself into the corner, saying, repeating, no, 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 over and over again. And in your own grief, you've been kind of caught up for a moment, but after that first moment passes, you realize that Lavinia's grown quiet. When you look over towards the corner, her dead eyes stare back at you, and she is motionless. Lavinia is dead.
I think Josepha still has enough left in her that she would go to Lavinia's body and where she's standing and just kind of check on her to find out if she is really dead or if anything can be done.
She's dead.
She's dead. She's just dead. She's just standing here. She's dead.
He laughs at the idea that like someone dying here is like a shock based on what we have been through. And we'll like sit up from the table. We're all dead.
Well, we're not all dead yet. There's still got to be some answer to this riddle, this puzzle, this why we are here.
I don't think there has to be. I wish there were. But life is not fair sometimes. And it seems to me that the purpose of this is lost on me. To remind us of pain before the end. And perhaps there is a malignant spirit, some malfeasant creature that dwells here, that delights in torture. But if there is some reason for this, I cannot see it.
I refuse to give up. There's got to be some answers. And I think she'd go to the dead medium's body and start turning out pockets and basically stripping the woman to find out if there's any information.
If you would please, Josepha, roll me a d6.
Does a 4.
Josepha, you begin rifling through this woman's pockets. And you start finding this pair of knitting needles. The other matched pair. The match to the pair of the one that you had seen earlier. This other needle of your mother's. And there's a ball of yarn that comes out with these knitting needles. And it's the same color as the ribbon, that blue. And you see this yarn trailing off into the distance, back into the rest of the house. and you can hear the sound of your brother playing. And you remember the last time you saw your brother, he was playing with this ball of yarn that had those 2 knitting needles stuck in it. And as you follow that string of yarn where it leads, what you see, Josefa, is that this string continues for an eternity. Just continue to follow this string forever and ever and ever. The rest of you see Josefa pull this ball of yarn and knitting needles out of the medium's robes. And she just slumps to the floor, unmoving. She's not dead, but she is completely unresponsive to anything you say or do to her.
She'll go over and kind of shake Josefa and wake up. I don't even need you. I don't care. That's fine. I don't need you don't you get it, Doctor? Don't you get it? The whole purpose of this is to just show us that in the end, we're alone. Even when brought into this world with someone else, we're separated and we are alone. And my sister, she never needed that man. She didn't need Thaddeus, and I most definitely didn't need Byron. And I don't need Josefa, I don't need Labina, and I absolutely do not need you. And she'll just turn around and kind of try to like walk to a doorway or something. Is there any door in here, or are we completely locked in here now?
Sure, there's definitely another door. There's
Okay,
always
she'll
more
like go
doors.
to walk towards a door then and kind of pull the door open. And I guess at this point I want to activate my brink.
Ooh, excellent. Okay. So, typically your brink will allow you to re-roll your entire die pool. So
Oh,
let's
okay,
get a
so that's
roll.
what it
Let's
is.
get a roll
Okay.
for you first. So it's just a single d6.
Opening the door.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have my hope die. I can roll that, correct?
Yes, you can roll that in addition.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got 1-6, so I guess I don't need to activate my brink.
Okay. So yeah, it is successful. So you could still theoretically choose to use it if you want, but you have a success.
I mean, I think narratively, I think I'm just going to activate it, even though I have the
Okay.
success. What
Sure thing.
happens? Because it's
We'll
just
send it at that point.
yeah.
Okay,
Towards
so
the
I've
end.
got it
Okay.
here. I'm gonna bring it up. I've seen you heartlessly discarding your fiance after your sister's death because he, quote, wasn't necessary anymore. Right. So, what is your reroll?
Unfortunately, my reroll was did not get that success, so I got 2 2s. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So, let's see. Casting off of your fiance. Okay. You open this door, and you find yourself on the other side of the blue door once more, in this hedge maze, but at a different time. You see the bride and the groom, no longer headless. They're embraced and kissing one another passionately. When they release, you see that it is not the groom of your sister. This was the man that was intended to have been your groom. And when you look down, you have a knitting needle in your hand.
Um, she'll look at the knitting needle and walk towards the the couple that's embracing in the middle of it, and she sees that it's her groom, her fiance that she threw aside once her sister had died, and she'll look and who is he kissing?
Your sister.
I think it's at that point that Claudia will scream and fall to her knees and take the knitting needle and slam it into her old temple and then collapse to the ground.
Well done. Okay. Eustace, you watch as Claudia walks through the door and leaves it open behind her, and you can see her body posture completely changes as she steps through the open doorway. And then she slumps to the ground, produces a knitting needle, and jams it into her own temple, and then falls over unmoving.
You weren't alone. I was here. But I am. And he'll take the briefcase and place it onto the table and open it up, and inside there's careful inlay for a syringe and the necessary stuff for to have one last good go. He'll sort of quietly set that up, and he'll talk to Ophelia and say, I asked you and you said you had to think about it, and then you had to go to this party. Not a great place for thinking, I think. But you put it on in the end. So that's something. And then he'll tie the belt around his arm. Might as well go out with a bit of comfort. And he'll do that. He'll inject himself with too much.
And I think as we see the good doctor slowly relax and succumb to the euphoria of the opium, we pan back out away through the house, and we only see the corpse of Claudia, Eustace, Zifa, and Lavinia. An otherwise empty house that creaks in the wind as the thunder snow continues outside. And in the distance, you hear the sound of bells chiming the dawn of the new day. Happy Christmas. So, that's it. I have no idea if we did that right or not, but it was a hell of a lot of fun. You guys were fantastic. I'm going to pass things over to all of you so that you can introduce yourselves, tell people where they can find you, plug whatever you would like to plug, etc. And then we'll call it an evening. So we'll start in the same order that we were kind of moving in, and we'll begin with Kenya.
Hi, I'm Kenya. So I don't really have anything to plug yet, but I swear I'm working on getting my stuff up. And by the next time I do one of these with Jeremy, I'll have something for him to put at the bottom of this little description-y thing down here. But yeah, this was mad crazy fun. I can't even. It was a little rough. The rules, we were all kind of a little wonky coming in, but oh man, you guys were. Oh, This was so good. I could not have been happier with how this turned out. So, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Excellent. Lloyd, since you're yawning, no, I mean, you're
Yeah,
just
sorry.
no.
Unbelievably late here.
Absolutely.
I'm Lloyd. I run the channel Jarl DM on YouTube, where I run a bunch of games. I wrote a book on Drive-Thru. It's called Istloft. It's about Vikings, and this was so much fun. I actually think it's really, really good. I don't know if we did it right, but it worked really well the way that we did do it. So I feel like it must be intended that way because it worked really well. Yeah, that was great. So much fun. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Next up, we have, we're just going to obviously skip me. We're going to go straight to Cole.
Yeah, that was insane. I kind of love Lavinia in a love to hate sort of way, because just such a bitch. Wow. And yeah, I'm Nicole Sparks. You can find stuff I've written on Drive-Thru RPG and DM's Guild, including stuff I've edited. I just finished on last week. The days all blur together over Christmas holidays. Last week I just finished editing what was it called, the New Queen's Handmaid. That's what it is, for Roleplay Lead. And they're a really great charity if you guys feel like donating to something. They teach teens social skills using RPGs, which is kind of cool. Yeah, and you can find me on Twitter and blah blah blah. Oh, and on Friday nights in the new year, you can find me on CFT RPG on Twitch, because I will be part of the next campaign that's starting there.
Excellent. All right, last but certainly not least, Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen. I'm also known as Myth and Gears on various platforms: YouTube, Twitter, Discord, etc. This game was so much fun. I loved like I said, I don't know if we did it right. I don't really care because it was pretty damn awesome. I love the narrative. Like, we got to build the story together entirely, and it was an absolute blast. I kind of love this. I kind of love it and would definitely play again. So, thank you, Jeremy, for introducing us to 10 Candles. What an awesome little system. I just love it. So thank you, and Merry Christmas, everyone.
Absolutely. It was fantastic to have all four of you come along and experience this for the first time with me. It was my first time playing the system, and I definitely think it would be a lot of fun to play in person, which is the way it's intended, because you actually light the cards on fire, and like there's got to be a visceral reaction because you get to smell that, and the room physically gets darker because you're playing by just the light of these 10 candles initially. So I definitely think that it would be a lot of fun to play in person, and when that's possible, I hope that I have the opportunity to play this again that way. And I was curious to know if it was even going to work doing it this way virtually, but it did. I think it worked well, and that's in no small part thanks to you guys for doing such a fantastic job and just taking everything in stride, just rolling with it, willing to pick up the ball and just go. So I thank you again for coming along and playing. You all did a phenomenal job, and this game was a lot of fun. It's going to be hard. You guys have set the bar really high, so it's going to be hard playing this in the future, and to meet this. But yeah.
Well, you'll just have to play with us again.
There you go. That's fine with me. But yeah, I said a little bit last night on the game that I ran, but I'll say it again. This is the last game that I will be running here on the channel for the year. So this is the last opportunity that I will have to say goodbye to all of you guys for the year. So I do wish that everyone has a safe, peaceful, happy holiday, genuinely. However it is that you choose to celebrate that. I hope that it's a time for calm and taking it easy, whatever it is that you need to recharge your batteries before we start a brand new year. whatever that looks like for you. If you like this kind of content, subscribe, like, share around, all of that kind of stuff. It means a ton to me. It really, really does. I love each and every one of you. I love the chance that I get to play with people, especially this past year. It has been a lifesaver to be able to have social interaction this way. So gaming has been a savior for me this year. But with any luck, the new year will look brighter, especially when you compare it to the outcome of what happened in this game. God, I hope so. But until next time, I suppose, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.